that was just something that was floated out was, can we put a solar farm there and generate some cash? So
meeting myself. I didn't bring a lot of suggestions to a lot of meetings because I knew it was kind of a point. But I have a handful of them now, or at least my opinion. So feel free to shut me on the front. But my first version, besides the price tag that would literally have me out of my home because it doubled my mortgage. But my first aversion was to a lot of the changes in this building itself to accommodate the footprint. I liked what the footprint had to offer, but I think retrofitting this building, we lost more money than we gained space value. So taking down walls to put up walls, do any of that kind of thing seemed more foolish than to just build an addition with all the extras that we need. So like taking down walls to make some of those common spaces, especially the common spaces for some of the smaller grades. I felt we didn't need a common space for every one of those small grades. Those kids aren't going to hang out together all day. Like, my 6-year-old has the attention span of, so not going to spend 8 hours. I'm assuming that the class wouldn't spend the whole day with each other. So they could probably share some of those common spaces. So I just think there was too many common spaces with some of these ball changes. Along that lines, I didn't like the idea of changing the library into a classroom. I felt that would be better off as, again, a large room without the changes. That could have been one large common room that some of the other classes, I like the idea of moving specials so that they are safe for the kids. So I supported that change. And along that line, something like the art room could have been turned into a science classroom because that already had a stake in it. That was right. The plan didn't seem to kind of match all the time what was already here, what could have been used, and I think that there's room for that to happen. Along that, I understand the cafeteria, like it would be great for this to be bigger. When this was put on, kindergarten was half days, 2 classrooms. Now it's full days, 3, 4 classrooms. 60 to 80 kids. But if anything had to go, I would say the cafeteria addition would be something to put last as a bottom line item. Like, it's inconvenient, I understand that. To have so many bunches of kids coming in here and starting so early, but I think a lot of younger ones probably do benefit from that earlier lunchtime if they're not snacking all day. This would have been the bottom change for me to put on the edition for this stuff personally. My other small gripe was not looking forward to a preschool edition. So I feel that if the community is going to provide preschool, it should be looking forward in the future because there are other states, a lot of other states that have full day preschool. I wouldn't put it past this state to try to push in that direction. So I think that's something that we should be prepared for. With at least 2 preschool classrooms. I feel like it's likely to end up being the same way that kindergarten was, 2 classrooms half days turns into 4 classrooms full days. I just don't think preschool is that far in that program.
Plan for more, you mean?
Yeah, like
for more kids.
Right, because right now preschool is limited, right? I mean, thanks to Patty, she explained the whole thing more clearly than just my assumptions, but that it is focused for those special education kids that we have to provide preschool for. And then, the what ifs, which have poured in left and right. But, what if do have preschool program that is capped by special ed kids? From my understanding, that those children do better in a group of all their peers, and it would be better than to have all eligible or available preschool kids in the program to help offset some of those changes that would happen. So limiting it to just special ed and then whoever else wins the lottery, I don't think does a service to the community. So I would like to see that program be able to be outreach to the whole if they so choose. It's tricky because it's half days and there's not a lot of people, like I personally, with a child with pain. Plus daycare was available. But I do think that it's considered, or at least available for all, people should. The moment it opens up, trying to get their name in on it.
So that would be to do, I'm just thinking, what, two classrooms or three classrooms? It's half day, so you would be, you need three classrooms to do that.
It's really hard.
We have a hard time predicting kindergarten. I don't know how many.
Yeah, I have no idea, I mean, what that scope would be, and I just know right now, things limited, I don't think that's.
I'm just trying to scribble in my notes.
Absolutely, no, that's totally, I don't have an answer.
We would have to find out, I guess, how many, we could start with how many people are left from the lottery that don't get a slot. To get that
In
number.
my head, I'm thinking almost the same size.
But how many people don't go into the lottery?
Right.
because
Right, they don't think they're gonna-
waste their time, you know?
It's an interesting thought.
Because it's a close lottery, like, I mean, for my children personally, they have all day daycare, I had to be, literally found out, you know, baby was coming, and you have to put your name on a list. Like, there's years out in some of these centers, so if you don't already have a child in a center that you're trying to pull out of, if you're trying to get them into one, there's some prayers here, so.
It's hard because there's studies done if you enter preschool too early, you're trying to. You really want to. It's hard.
So another question, just kind of for anyone that wants to answer it, is at some point, whether it's, next couple of months, whether this is something we try for next year, at some point, we're going to be going back, with another warrant for a certain project, right? We know we need a bare bones scenario. We do 4 permanent classrooms and some bathrooms. We don't deal with any of the space issues here. I assume familiar with, the offices and everything we've cannibalized in this building. But at some point, there's gonna be a project. I assume it will be scaled back to square footage from where we're at, but we have to get from there to this next warrant article. And the question and concern I have is, how do we, in your guys' opinions, how do we do that, given a pretty minimal involvement from the community? We've got 8 people here tonight, maybe, right? And so the fear is that we spend, whether it's the next year or the next 2 years, working towards that next warrant article. We get to getting the warrant article written, and it's, oh my goodness, what is this? Where did it come from again? So from being in the trenches and working on it, being fully aware of it, to being in the community and not fully aware of it, what would you guys suggest that we do to reach out to the community and get them involved in the process? Or whether it's a $20 million project, $28 million project, how do we get ahead of that so we don't waste, all that design work costs us money. We don't want to waste money. And it's like, how do we work effectively on board where we live in a digital age, but that only seems to kind of not move things forward. So I'd be happy to hear any suggestions on engaging with Deerfield and get back to where it used to be a real community effort.
We need pasta dinners again.
Maybe I don't know. Pasta dinners.
And then we'd be fronting money to get the pasta.
I can spread.
Do you want me to cook it?
We used to have them all the time.
Did you?
Yes, at least.
And people
at
came?
least Twice a year?
Yeah.
At least twice a year. And a lot of times what we would do is we would have them in a situation where we needed people to have important information. And so they were free and people donated pasta. We got, it was kind of potluck.
Okay.
The kitchen cooked, but
You could donate pasta or whatever
you
that.
could donate boxes of pasta and then we served a ton of spaghetti and meatballs all night long. Well, not all night long, but to a certain, like, and it was free. And then usually like,
We spoke to everybody.
Like, you moved Tricky Tray out of the school, so that, that was one of the pasta dinners. So without that gear, the biggest fundraiser that brought the whole town out of the school.
That was a fundraiser for softball, for just the softball team. It
The-
wasn't.
The pasta dinner. one.
Yeah.
Well, it was still a pasta dinner. But, that was the one that I could remember time and time again. Was it. So, I mean, I know COVID obviously patched that right now.
It used to be in a gym.
it was in the gym, and the
It was
gym would
so
be
big.
full of people, but there was, the word would get out, and there was people that did not have children in the school. They were like, it's pasta dinner night. We're going to get our free dinner. And, but again, I don't know what the answer is because, I mean, the barbecue seems to get a pretty good turnout. It'd be interesting to know what the numbers are. But other than offering free food,
That's the hard part, because even when I share things, I'm passionate. So when I share things, I'm like, show up, like Marnos, and he does it too. He does it on his own thing, and like a bunch of groups are like, show up. Like if you're gonna talk and talk, like show up. But the problem is, I think in the marketing world, you offer something free and then they come. So that's a great idea, because I didn't want to be negative and say, you know what, we've been telling people show up for really, really important things the past year.
Meetings that were weekday, 6 p.m.
That's what's hard too. And then you're communicating with us, whereas your meeting is like,
We're trying different things, right? So like this is.
yeah, like, and then it's hard for you guys, because like, she was saying last meeting, is like, you have lives too, like.
Zach wants to supply the pasta. I'm cool to come on over.
Bring the kid.
We got a big, lobster pot and like 50 pounds of pasta. That's like $28, right?
Trish, do you remember what night they were on? Were they usually on
I
Friday,
say like,
Thursday or Friday?
I want to say Thursday night.
It's gotta be a Thursday,
I wanna
don't do
say
it on Friday.
Thursday. It was during the week,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wednesday was Prince Spaghetti night.
but yeah. Yeah, and everybody used to.
That's something we can certainly look at and try again. I'm sure we can. When we get to the point where we wanna. Go ahead.
So Amy Poirier, Nottingham Road. I know that surveys don't often have a great rate of return, right? 10 to 30% if you're lucky, and we might get 10% maybe, it sounds like. But I wonder if that's maybe not a little bit of a missed opportunity in terms of the dollar values that were on the survey. I feel like if the minimum dollar choice that I have is 35,000, if I wasn't thinking that as my minimum or anything higher, then I wonder if that's not an opportunity for more information. Like I would wonder, of the people who take the survey, which I know is not a totally great representation, like how many would choose 0? I feel like it would be important to know that number, no matter what all the other factors are. Who would always say 0? And maybe like a 10, maybe a 20, and then up to some of the numbers that your proposed project was. So I wonder if that's not a missed opportunity for some more detailed information that would inform some of those next steps. And Jeff, I think you're in my head. Your questions are exactly my questions. Is it total cost or is it timing? And I feel like the bottom line has to be total cost. The proposed project is lovely. It would be great to have 21st century educational spaces, but I don't know that this community of this size with this limited tax base can support that. So maybe that's a timing thing, you wait it out, but I feel like it's probably a priorities thing. Like what are the must-haves? And I would agree that the modulars for me are must-goes, like those extra 4 classroom spaces are must-haves. And similar to your question, I wonder what that does. If you do that, then what else are you obligated to do?
So maybe I can throw an idea up there just to get some feedback. So obviously there's, we talked about phase, I think it was what was your example of phase. So recall the kind of the plans were presented, we had a community center, which is kind of like a thing, but if we took that footprint and put a 2-story structure and that footprint, would be a whole 4 to 6 rooms. that would address an immediate need, but should we then look at, should a design be inclusive of additional stages of growth? So we look at an immediate need project, but we design it so that in 10 years, another board is saying, generation's turn to, pick the ball, run with it. Should we pre-design maybe what the next thing could be so that we've planned for it at least to some extent?
I don't think you're gonna have such a spike in, so Deerfield has, I think it's a minimum of 3 acres for each
It is current.
plot.
Yep.
We're not, it's not like we're gonna be selling half of our plots. I moved to Deerfield to keep my land, to get away from the city. I don't know anybody who moved here and was like, I'm gonna move here and cut my property in half. I don't see an extreme spike in it. And like I said, with the micro schools, I think that the world's education is kind of changing because the teachers that work in your schools are leaving to open their own. So, and I hate to say that, but it's the truth. I met with huge big boys in education, and they're all saying that something is happening.
What's a big boy?
Like the New Hampshire
6'4".
Commissioner of Education.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, like
Not heard of these
people that I have never thought to talk to in my life. But if they're saying education is changing, I kind of believe them. Like they've been in it. I'm not saying that's the way everybody's gonna go, but I just want us to be like logical that you're not gonna see a spike of 100 kids in a year. You're not gonna. I don't know. I love the idea of getting rid of the modulars and making something safer and just.
So like phase 2 would be like.
But why
woodworking,
waste your
the whole
time?
The science, because
Don't do that, because
I know, but like, will it be
It would
based
be-
on what you're presenting?
how are you gonna get the
I think when I say phasing would be just expanding, planning for maybe that next footprint expansion, whatever space is utilized as. That's determined at that point.
Not rigid.
It's not rigid, but it's at least saying, okay, like if we, so my thought process is, if I just kind of throw it out there, is you add 6 classrooms in a 2-level structure, so you got 12 classrooms, or say it's 8, whatever it is. You need to add on to the septic, because at that point, you're gonna have additional needs, just cuts. So if you do that, you add on to a septic that can support additional space down the road, so that that's been dealt with at least once. So you have a little bit of additional cost there, but at least you've said, okay, septic is able to support, say, the phase 2, whatever that could be, down the road, rather than putting in a septic. A couple of big landowners sell off their land, everything gets subdivided. I think Greg's next, so I'll jump in. A couple of big landowners sell off some land, and suddenly there is an increase in population, like we saw with Hartford Road. That's pretty large. That was one chunk of land that got sold. But do you at least plan for that, or do we just want to create a convenient solution? Say we want 8 classrooms, we're going to build 8 classrooms, and then generationally, 10 years from now, if there's need for additional space, sort that out kind of at that end, or do we try to kind of be a little bit kind of in between? Bring the project, but make some tweaks to it. It's a food for thought. Greg, go ahead.
Right, one more room. So across the state, enrollment dropped. In some districts, they're closing schools because of it. So I don't see a jump in student population in our future whatsoever. And I am very much not even considering expansion. I'm just looking at critical repair. Honestly, I think that if you would split Article 1 into 2 separate things, you would have your repair money right now. So I hope that moving forward, that mistake isn't made again. I would love to see, and I know a lot of people would love to see a list of the critical repairs. This is what absolutely has to be done. Prioritize it. And I know there's some money kicking around right now. What can that money be used for? I think I saw something, recently that one of you posted those that are addressed regarding to what we can do with them. But that's what people are kind of desperate for right now. Don't lump them together again. We're gonna repeat history next year. Have we talked to neighboring towns about their neighboring town schools to see what kind of space they need? Talk to Canyon, Northwood, Epsom. Could we send preschool, kindergarten to one of these other towns? We send 7th, 8th to one of these other towns. Do they have the space? That alone free up classroom space and make this expansion problem much, much smaller, if at all necessary. So I think it's something we should consider. I know, my wife works in Raymond. They're desperate for kids at Raymond. Their high schools at half capacity. They are looking for anybody to fill that space. So could we look at other towns to see this?
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, that's an important and a big conversation
Yeah.
that happens with from board to board.
Yep.
And so without like a critical mass of people going, we want our children tuition to other schools,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be prudent to have that conversation board to board, because we could go through the work of managing that conversation and then it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying?
I think at least having that information, those numbers would be very useful. So, even just contacting other superintendent principals saying, hey, what's your capacity? What can you fit? Those numbers, that would be very useful information. And if it turns out it makes sense, get the ball rolling, maybe we could have those big conversations with them. We could have the 40 comments. So, we're looking for different ideas, outside the box ideas. It's an outside the box idea for you, but it's something that's very practical. I know for a fact, Raymond High School, it's not, it's down the road a bit, but there, you could fit another 400 people in the building. So.
High schoolers, would they, high school, not,
The high school.
okay, so it
He
would
doesn't
not,
know about this.
but kids that go here couldn't go to the high school, or is that what you mean?
No, I'm just saying, that's just.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that's-
okay. Okay,
So,
Theoretically, the high school.
the lower ones would have to.
I think the high school in Raymond is actually taking the elementary kids or the taking the preschool kids actually
They're
over at the high school.
emerging.
Yeah.
I think definitely, it's a significant change, and I would want a lot of feedback from the community before ever kind of exploring that route.
Got to start somewhere.
I've heard from a lot of people when that idea's been floated, and a lot of. I guess the best way to put it, so I think there's a huge conversation.
It's a $45 million price tag with the conversations we're having.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it on its face, but I think the concern I have with, looking at other towns is it would require such a commitment. Like you said, we could send, say, preschool, kindergarten, first grade there. But that would require, we would need buy-in from those families that, okay, we're comfortable now sending our kids out of Deerfield to this town or this town. Or do we do it to alleviate, we send, I'll send my kid K through 8 to Candia, make that commitment. And then, the unpredictability of it, or I wouldn't call it a rug pull, but families that move here for the Deerfield school, then they find out, oh, now our kids are gonna go to this school or that school.
It's the same thing as sending them to Concord for high school, though.
To know that when you're coming.
But they know that when they come here.
We don't
That's
have
just
high school.
my thoughts with it, but.
I do.
Go ahead. Tell us all who you are.
I am Tina St. Peter. I live, I don't want to really say that. It is, yes. One of many dirt roads. So I asked Bobby a question.
This is around the world.
No. Yeah,
So
What are
you
the
mentioned,
What are the
if you don't
footballs
mind,
here?
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So you've mentioned micro schools a couple of times. As I don't know what you would call yourselves as the person running a micro school. Are you legally obligated to keep that school open for any amount of time. Public schools have to educate every kid in the district. Micro schools, once your kid's out of a certain grade, you can decide, forget it, he's going back to public school. You don't have to remain open for the kids in, or am I getting it wrong? Do you have to remain open?
No, so in New Hampshire, no. I think Colorado. Don't. Certain states, yes. So I don't know when that'll change here. I do know that.
So here, no, you don't have to stay open.
No, I don't think so.
So in my opinion, that's not something you can
But you are.
rely on. But to me, that's not something you can rely on when you're planning numbers for the public school. To me, you can't plan, okay, 20 kids are enrolled in this micro school. We don't need space for those 20 kids.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying, I don't know if you've seen the amazing chart that a community member has brought forth to everybody, you probably have. But literally, there has been no growth. Everybody's
Right.
thinking we're growing, but it's really just the ebbs and flows.
No, but to say that
It's no like.
we can rely on a micro school taking kids from the public school and they don't need to worry about enrollment for those kids. They do have to because they're obligated.
Yes, but the enrollment hasn't changed in as
Right,
dramatically as
correct.
people are saying.
But the micro school has no effect on the school's
You should
population.
be
in my opinion.
considering it though, but even not considering it, it hasn't spiked in
So-
hundreds of kids. It is at the same kind of rate that it has been.
So
So
how many kids does not that I don't think we should look at the number. I think trends are important. I think charter schools are happening. I think all of this is
charter
like
schools
awesome.
also, yeah.
Right, it's awesome to take into account, but if I'm not mistaken, the new design of the school, how many? It took the 4 classrooms that were outside, right, and made room for them inside. So how many more kids did it actually? Like, what was the number?
It was designed so that there was a bubble class every 2 years. So right now you have a bubble class happens.
It was
Every
8 extra
3 years,
teachers.
right?
It was 8 extra teachers.
It's not.
But,
No, it was 2 extra teachers.
So
It's not an extra teacher.
Kids up to 500.
but that was square footage per student. I doesn't necessarily mean that. I mean, I see the point because
Right.
I feel like the proposal was, that was like, all right, if we suddenly got 400 kids, we could walk, knock out home ec, knock out health, whatever, knock out these and fill those students in it. So I think that number was kind of deceiving because it was like, we're expecting 700 some kids, whereas
Okay.
the idea was that the square footage could accommodate that number.
So if you had to turn it back into offices and that kind of thing,
So-
then it would,
As
okay,
you
I
back to-
get it,
It's optimal capacity versus like your compressor.
got it.
So obviously, space with spaces. Right. We're trying to correct deficiencies, create spaces. Obviously, that process. So
Mentioned the building and not connected building. Would that be cheaper than this whole like connected expansion?
Let me clarify what I said. So when I say 2 buildings, they'd actually be connected. They would look like one building, but there'd be a firewall between them that would by the codes determine certification. In the code, there were 2 separate. Be like,
It would cost a little bit. Correct? It would
Correct, the
cost- Because there
firewalls.
wouldn't be that theater, which.
Correct. It's all just theory, right?
Yeah.
Running theories.
So you get rid of
the biggest impact on costs. That's your largest driver. We built up half the size, it's gonna have some.
I feel like one of the key points is that as soon as we start working on the building, we're gonna have to redo the main building in a significant way. It's also a major cost.
I guess,
Add an addition without redoing to make it. fit.
unless we can kind of get approval from the state and.
For another 20, 30 years.
And to be clear, that's why the 2 proposals were bundled, because if we added on and touched this building, we'd have to bring this building up to code. And so the discussion tonight is if we're able to separate the expansion or the addition
from this building with a firewall, it's possible that we wouldn't be forced to renovate this building, which potentially could reduce the law.
But that would mean we'd be keeping our kids in a really rather unsafe arrangement for another 25 years, which is not ideal.
But maybe that smaller project turns those rooms that are upstairs. into classrooms. But your first floor, say, small two-story media center. Aren't using. So maybe that's the first floor, you pack classrooms in upstairs. You take those existing rooms, turn them into classroom space. Size it to the media center. Like these are the ideas we're just trying to kind of get, feedback on.
How would you get the community's input for if they were willing to send this age to this age to Candia, or this age, like, how would you even do that? Because the survey is only 170 responses.
That's 68.
I think the first step is really probably put that on.
That's how we got those people. That's how we got to the expansion.
So
High school contracts.
instinctively, I would say probably the response we would get.
Okay.
Rather than the community would be.
Kevin Verno, Middle Road. I don't know much. I do know if you're unwilling to ask the question, then you already have your answer, right? So when I listen to Member Clipper, to a lesser extent now, but certainly in the past, Member Kelly, I get that maybe tuitioning isn't your first choice, right? When I first heard the idea, I panned it out of hand. And it was 72 hours, maybe longer. But I let it sit and actually gave it some consideration. Started to say, maybe that does work. And there's 1,000 ways to dice that up. You can do select grades. You can do a certain number of kids from each grade. You can't even make that decision sitting here. I mean, you can have in your head what you think would be best, but whoever the receiving school or schools may be, you have to work with them because they might be like, yeah, I can't take 7th, 8th grade, or I can't take preschool and kindergarten, but I can take, 10, 20 kids a grade, or, a class here, a class there. You got to see what's available. But if you don't ask, right, if you don't pick up the telephone and ask and have a top-to-top conversation, and I think that's what it should be. I think it should be top-to-top. I think it should be school board to school board. First, not principals, not superintendents, but the executive boards, to see if because they're the ones that have to answer if they're even interested in it, right? It's their decision, just like it's you. If you don't ask the question, then it lingers out there and people say, what are you going to do? I also agree it should probably be a ballot question, but I certainly wouldn't want us to waste a year to ask next March, hey, should we look into this, right? You're hired to do the job. People don't show up.
So can I ask you a question?
You can ask me if you want.
How do we find out, Kevin? What if we go and do all that work and over half the community says, I don't want you to send my kid out of town in 8th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade, or 2nd grade?
So I guess it hinges on what all that work means. I mean, if you're talking about having a meeting, you might call up the Candia School Board, right? Arrange a joint meeting. You guys sit down and say, hey, we're thinking maybe tuitioning some kids out. And they say, boy, love to help you. They might even say, thanks for calling. Appreciate the offer. We don't even want to have that meeting. But until you pick up the phone and ask, you don't know. And it's until you start having those conversations that you can see how far down the path you can get just in fact finding. So you can come back in March, because if you put it on a March ballot, you have to defend it. $45 million. And you ask questions like, how many more new classrooms are there? And the answers aren't just snapping off of people's lips. That makes people say, wait a minute, that gives them pause, right? When people say, well, what is the percentage expansion in administrative staff space? What is the additional amount of this space, that space, right? And if those things aren't known, or if they are known, they have to be well justified. You have to be able to answer those questions when they're asked, right? Because you're selling a project. And if it's well, we've got a rough outline, and once we get the 45 million, we can tell you more specifics after that. You'll never get the 45 million. You have to start somewhere, and starting somewhere is picking up the phone and talking to potential other school districts that may be in the area that may be willing to entertain the conversation. If they all say, hey, thanks for calling, but we're not interested, then the next time somebody stands up in a meeting and says, hey, why haven't you done anything with this? You could say, we called X, Y, and Z, and they all said, hey, we don't think it's going to work for us at this time. But right now, it doesn't seem like anybody's even willing to pick up the phone and ask, right? And so it becomes a very easy point of attack to say they want 45 million, but they won't make a phone call. As an outsider looking in, that's what I see.
Jeff, to your point, I think the number's too big, plain and simple. You get down to that, and when you look at the numbers, right, you've got 168 survey, and this goes hand in hand. You guys are in a tough spot. I've done it, right? I sat on a couple building expansions for the fire station, police station, and we couldn't get 1.8, right? Same with the survey currently. The vote was 19% yay, right? About 81, whatever, 80-20, we'll say. It's the information to the people, right? Yeah, we're in a digital world, but not everybody here. Not all these voters are. And this is where we're struggling. I have a couple cousins in town. Yeah, they text, they do that, but they're not the Facebook, they're not the digital survey. And this is where we struggle. We've struggled in this Deerfield, since forever for information purposes. And I think that's where, the survey's out there, but it's not out to the mailboxes. I know this cost. I don't know if that's worth it. But 80%, you vote. There's a lot of people that aren't in the school system. They understand they have to support the children. They've done it. People supported their children. But I think just the number exploded and it looked too big. And now there was a little bit of, where the heck did this come from? Even though it had been worked on for a year, very difficult to get information out in this town. I mean, the forum is good, but if you're not on the internet, it's not there. The old communicators, gone, right? The ones, the quarter mailing is gone, and it's tough. And I don't have a solution to that.
Yep.
But I do think the number's too big, and I think the surveys aren't getting to the people.
I don't recommend sending that survey in the mail.
Well, right.
That survey, I think, it was too much of pick my choices and not like your own.
Right, it has to be something open-ended so
Yeah.
people can say to the people that aren't in the school system, we've got the fair population. When you look at, the number of voting residents in town and what voted and who voted yay and nay and whatnot, but there's a fair number out there that strictly looked at the dollars and said, OMG, I can't do it.
Yeah.
But yet the $1 million, I think, was pretty convincing that, yeah, you need money to fix things. And I think if we get more of that, it might help. I know it's very tough, and I'm all aware of the building codes and stuff, and yeah, it's a tough racket, but I think the dollars is too much, and we're missing the massive population in this town for their to vote. I have no solution on getting it out there other than knock. What do you guys think about this, and this? Yeah.
That's my concern, 21% just as bad as the 45. It's like spend another X amount of time getting to that $20 million project. Money.
Right. I mean, I think it's,
cash every time we go back to the drawing board too.
you do, but I think you've got enough on the drawing board now
We have a lot of.
to look at,
Figure
right?
Right.
You know where you have issues in this building, right? Priority one, right? We all agree. There's nobody that's gonna say, oh, the modules are great, right? They need to go. That's priority one, but really that's priority two. Because priority one is we gotta fix what we got. If we don't fix what we got, we've got issues,
And
right?
that comes into part of the question is, there's fixing what we got, and then there's renovating. So fixing what we got leaves the floors, leaves the ceiling tile, you go in and you take care of the things, the systems that you take care of. So like a roof, okay, you say, all right, we're not worrying about the HVAC system, and we're not gonna do rooftops, although. But I mean, but it's not that, so fixing what you got is a different set of projects, fixing what you got, you take that, say, okay, we're gonna do a roof this summer. Redo the bathrooms, again, the existing bathrooms in their existing footprint with the existing fixture locations. Save this summer, whatever it is, and you kind of just pick away at it. What's that give you? It gives you improving systems, but you're not, fully running.
They're not upgraded, they're fixed.
They're fixed, right? That's,
We get it, right.
right, maybe you grab a couple of rooms, you replace a VCT where you can do some, you break it into small sections. So, I mean, that's certainly a thing to do as long as we kind of all, if it sounds like the community is. But if the community says, don't worry about renovating, give us the classrooms, fix what you gotta fix, tell us how much it is, kiss it and call it a love story. Well, that's a fairly clear directive. We figure out what is it? Is it 6 classrooms? Is it 8 classrooms? Do you shift a couple things, right? I mean, you shift a couple things downstairs. That's certainly an avenue that we could pursue. I think ultimately what we're trying to figure out is, and again, it's always, there's a lot of different aspects, but is that what the community wants us to do? It's the community's directive, give us 8 classrooms and a couple of bathrooms, and then rip through the building over the course of the Sorry.
So, I thought Mr. O'Neill, Harold Rhodes, Church Street, made some excellent points. And actually, your problem's not getting any better. 10 years ago, 66% of the people in the households in town didn't have any school-age children. That number is now up to 70%. So your the people that you're not talking to is grown. And whether they're the no people, the automatic no people, or I moved here to retire and I don't want to pay more taxes people, it really matters. You have a public education challenge, you have a serious public education challenge. I made the pitch last time you had a board meeting. Make time your friend, make Deerfield your friend. And all these particulars that you're talking about. I mean, I think your original question, Mr. Kelly, I was thinking of the Titanic and the color of the deck chairs. People aren't worried about necessarily about those issues until they're included in the conversation. Okay. Then they'll talk to you about all these things that you've been talking about. Just said was probably Mr. Langland was probably the most specific cohesive set of specifics of not doing a huge project, but doing something that Yankees in town would be understanding of and being prepared to embrace if they're educated, if you reach out to them and include them in the process. Now, one of the reasons I like Mr. O'Neill's segue comments is that he actually gave me a perfect segue to tell you that I'm launching something called the Career Gazette. It's going to be quarterly. It's going to be fact-based. It's going to be telling people how this town works, educating them as to how they work, hoping that this board will be able to take advantage of that, use it as a platform for informing people what you do, that people don't want. People get bored with statistics, but they like good stories. And it's publication that I'm hoping the town has already agreed to have its departments and commissions work on this to get the story about, to help people understand their town. But the school board would be able to use that over the next whatever period of time you figure out you need to get your story and get a building understanding piece by piece of what it is that you really need. Then the 70% of town that has nothing to do with schools that delivered you a 401 body blow or shade, you'll start bringing them in. And you'll start educating them and helping them understand why it is important to support whatever the number is, whatever the configuration is of what you need to get done for them to finance. But it's the Yankee town. They all want a good deal, okay? And I don't think they're afraid that that was something that got done in the amendments at the deliberative. That was somebody who sort of threaded the needle. That's, I think, what you guys need to do. Over a period of time, it makes sense to get done the job that I think everybody recognizes needs to get done. But there's just not a lot of communication. So I do have a hand up for you guys to consider. That's an approach which is collaborative. Going to get to yes a lot sooner. Just do it in a vacuum, do something, pop it out. Expect people to think, oh, that's great.
A lot of what he said at the deliberative session, there were a few people that actually did say they wish that there was at least one more option. I get marketing wise why you bundled it to one and why you voted not to up the million on the other warrant. But the community said it at the deliberative session, so maybe you could give them, like, if we added this building, it's, yeah, bare bones and it's a work, it's not great. Or you could give them like different options instead of just one article. Remember when I said that? I know it's marketing wise, it's giving them, giving
Pick a
people,
lot of option, but-
yeah, giving people, but they can't scold you for that. You gave them another option. I know that takes time. I get it, and you're running out of budget.
No, can I just ask a question? Just how would you do that? Because if you need to get a 60% vote and you get people voting two different options, it's half of letting go.
They're gonna vote for the lower one if they are voting yes. And then having spaghetti dinners and talking to them about why it's important to vote for the bigger one. But if you want to do your due diligence and say, well, we gave you this option and next year they're like, oh, we're running out of space, you could like, well, we're good, you want to do this article this year, it's gonna change the pricing, I know. I'm not saying it's the solution, I'm just saying that's what the deliberative session, there was a bunch of people who said that. So, like having, if you have an extra building that has a firewall, and then the cost of fixing everything, people want to know, all right, how much does it really cost to fix things and how much is going toward the expansion? Because it was all lumped into one and they were like, all right, what am I paying for here?
If I could too, I mean, the Yankee, this is a Yankee town, right? I mean, you're gonna get some that are just gonna say, yeah, let's just fix it, right? To a point. And there is certain projects that you can't just fix because it's better to renovate/fix because that makes more sense. And I know that's a ton of work to put that together because they do it all the time. But that's what it's gonna take, because if the number is up to 70% of own households that aren't in the school system, those are those folks that have to be convinced. And I'm gonna tell you the folks that I've talked to outside of the school system, you know, the gorilla's in the corner, right? I mean, we all saw it, right? And I appreciate when you give money back because it lowers my taxes, but then we need to fix things, right? Some comments that came through that I talked to folks were, yeah, they gave money back, that's great, but now we're hearing that there's $10 million, $15 million worth of repairs that need to be made. It boils down to an education and communication, and it's a huge challenge. And I've done it before on the selectmen board. It's tough. You guys are big adults. I get it. I think you've got to give, whether it be an addition to get the classrooms inside, for sure. I think people understand that better. And we have 4 classrooms in there. We're going to build this addition. It gives us 8 or gives us 6 or whatever you come up with. But to do that, yeah, we gotta update the main electrical system in here. Or you put a new service in separate building, and it's strictly separated. You know, that can be its own fire system. There's options. I mean, you look at like these hospitals and stuff in these bigger areas, they renovate all the time without having to bring their entire infrastructure, the entire hospital up to code. because a certain percentage, and it depends on what you do and how you do it. I know,
Maybe, I'm not really with those last bullets, but
Yeah.
typically when you invest, do a major investment.
it's a percent, yeah. How much are you messing up here?
The other thing you've got to be, there's two big things. You've got to be. One, it's the town. As long as you guys have been around with modulars, town has been fooling around with safety services, police, fire, and rest. Highway department has been on that heels or get bundled in because there's no progress being made. So I told you this for years, you're competing with the town. Whoever goes first, whoever gets the first thing approved, they win. It's gonna close the window for a period of time, right? So there's a bit of a competition going. The other thing you've got to be careful of is if you float another article, fails, you start getting a string of failed articles. Becomes really hard to overcome. So one of the challenges with what we just put on the ballot, because of how poorly it did, it set a tone for a lot of people. And so the next bite of the apple should be a pretty good bite. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a string of defeats, and that'll be in my opinion, that'll prove in the long term to be a self-fulfilling promise.
I have just kind of a general town question, because I have heard from a small group of people that I've talked to kind of the same thing that Kevin just said, which is there's a lot of things in this town, as you said, with fire station, my husband's an EMT, like I know there's a lot of things that this town needs. Why can't the boards work together? And I don't know much about the rules and everything, but how can we? Like, what is your relationship with, I guess, selectmen? Like,
So.
do we have a representative that's supposed to work together
So, I
or
mean,
what?
I think school board members and select board members, we all talk to each other.
Okay,
For different budgets, we're different entities in its entirety.
right.
The select board is the select board, and obviously the town has a number of projects, absolutely, that are due for being addressed. Our police station is probably the biggest project. It's a project that half a dozen opportunities over the years to address it. Had we addressed it 15 years ago, it would have cost us $1 million, and it's going to cost us 5, 4, whatever it ends up being, 3. So it's just, as we delay these projects across the town, that due to the cost increase. You know, the planning board is really responsible. So right now,
2019.
from, no,
We're doing it right now, they're updating.
They're updating.
Chapters.
yeah, so the planning board is now, through the planner they have, has asked all the boards to now kind of come together and participate. So that's where a lot of that kind of coordination would come from, but that's part of that kind of.
So by legislation, every town in New Hampshire is a bicephalic town. Same body, 2 heads. That's how it's done. And some towns they work together, some towns they don't. So I think your point is a good one. That, that's master plan process isn't the only place. I have to commend this board. I understand that you've taken up a page on the town's website. Your postings are now available to people on the subscribe button.
Maybe?
Yes.
It's true. I've seen it myself. So I certainly thank you for doing that. I don't know how.
I think we should thank Andy because he's the one that got behind it.
Andy?
Kristen,
Thanks.
Kristen.
Whatever electronic magic makes it all work.
Well, I'm glad you all listened to me. Take credit for that. But no, it's a good start. And I think if you can do more together, be a good thing. I know there are limitations, but the reality is for every citizen in town, the town collects the money and you all spend 80% of it. So communication, public education, I think that would go a long way to reducing the happened to my money question, okay? Because that's what people ask. And that was, I think, part of the issue with this article is that, oh, they took 80, well, and they want 45 more. I think Alan's right. That was you know, the number was a big one, but it was really hard to swallow because they weren't well prepared and they don't know where the money goes anyway. So if you had greater transparency with what you do with the money, that would help to get people understanding how you do things, and get them more amenable listening to. Turns out that people just don't know. I think it's going for a good cause, but nobody knows anything. If you can prove to them, well managed, good custodians, good stewards of their funds, you'll gain credibility. I know there are those who don't think that's the case, but I think it's up to you to make the case, and you do.
It's just like how?
Transparency, well, it's hard. I mean, there are a bunch of things I think you can do. We can sit down and talk about how do you do it, but right now, you're still missing, I think, 3 years of it. That's just a tough one. You can personally get over being a finance guy, okay?
Our audits are behind.
So, that sort of gets in the way of transparency. But I mean, you can fashion it in a way that would, I think, persuade people that of what you're doing. Okay? And that would be some evidence. Once I get you a school next year, expand or renovation, 2, 3, come back, what the success of failures and what nobody wants to touch that. And check it on a positive basis. But I think there are a lot of pieces, not the pieces you were talking about earlier, but I think there are a lot of communication pieces and connection pieces, credibility pieces that have worked on.
Center. He moved on, and I know a couple board members who actually weren't even involved in that. I didn't know he threw it on as like, this is gonna be a great bonus. But if you think about the town needing that police station, so if you guys talk to the board members and the town's like, we need a police station, if you get the police out of the George B. White, the rec center can have the George B. White. Now the town's not mad because you're proposing this. So that would have been a really great opportunity for communication to kind of make a plan together as to what you decide to go towards, as opposed to kind of just running. I liked the proposal. It was just a left field. There were other opportunities that could have been used, like I said, like if we moved the police out of the George B. White. Could that not, did that not? So I think that would have been.
So I don't know your name.
Kate Bertoncini, I was watching online, so I heard most of the conversation, but I wanted to just jump down to kind of throw my 2 cents in also. So I think something really important, I've lived here for 43 years. I'm a townie. I know what goes on in this town. I know how much growth that has happened. I know Deerfield. Something that is really important to consider is the proposal of what is appropriate. I am 100% in support of remedying things that are not working and expansion to get rid of those modulars. I get it. I used to teach in this school. I get it. I teach in a 1st grade now. I know about the space constraints. I know how difficult it is to work around all these problems. I commend you guys for taking it on, but it has to be something that, as this gentleman mentioned, the townies are going to go for. Having extra, and making like all these kind of dreamlike plans is not what people are gonna go for. If you go in and say, we need to add classrooms to get rid of these modulars, so we're gonna add 4 classrooms, 6 classrooms, whatever you need to do, I would have voted yes. I voted no on the warrant because the idea wasn't practical for me. I went through this school as a child. I was a paraeducator in this school. I was an intern at this school. I was a teacher at this school. I get it. I know what's happening. But the reality of the proposed expansion was not what I believe and what a lot of people in this town believe to be realistic. So if you want to reach those people who don't have the kids in the school and who have been here for years and years and years and still want to support the school but can't because of the idea that was thrown out, you need to give them practicality and realistic plans. And then I think you would have a lot more support. Like I said, I had to vote no because I didn't feel like that was realistic. We're a small town. We don't need these grandiose ideas and these grandiose plans for a K-8 or pre-K to 8 school. We need to educate our pre-K to 8 students with what they need and then send them off to do bigger and better after they leave us and continue what we started for them. That's my 2 cents.
So, quite frankly, I think the town miscalculated as well. I don't know how they get out of it now. You have to listen to the voters. You can look at warrants year after year after year. Look at what people support. Look at what people don't support. They'll tell you. They're telling you what they want to see more of and what they want to see less of. I have every respect. I fully support the Deerfield Police Department. Police station shouldn't have gone first. We can argue whether it's the priority or not. Sometimes you're better off collecting some low-hanging fruit before you go after the higher priority stuff. Get some momentum, some wins. I firmly believe that if the town, I think the town would have been better served to address the fire rescue issues first. Because that's what this town supports, hands down, year after year after year, except for command vehicles, right? We don't like command vehicles. We used to warrant article cruisers. So people didn't want to buy cruisers. Now we have to bury a cruiser a year in the budget. Otherwise, you don't get any top tops, right? That's just the fact. It's not my opinion. That's the fact. So the town has gone after the police station, not correct, 3 times since I've lived here, 2009. And the only article that passed was a small amount of money to investigate building, right? But the first police station that was proposed went down in huge defeat. The one this time just went down in huge defeat. We still have lingering issues with fire and rescue. And I think it would have been a much lighter lift for the select board to do fire and rescue first. Now, I don't know how they pivot out of, we have to do police, to, well, now we're going to do fire and rescue, right? Because that sends a message to the voters that, well, we're just shopping for projects that, maybe we can get done. And that people she's talking about, I know those people too, that if that's what they smell, they won't support it no matter what it is. If they think you're just shopping around to see what you can get. There's a lot of information in past warrants, and there's a certain amount of strategic approach to prioritize what gets done in what order. But to answer her question, the municipality of Deerfield, Deerfield School District are two distinct legal entities. And they can certainly work together. They are distinct legal entities, and that's, you know, that is what it is. So I don't know, I think the town messed up going East First. I think that's gonna haunt.
But they do have the same body.
Yeah.
Us.
Oh, yeah, I'm not arguing, they
Yeah,
have
so-
different bodies.
So, yeah, so that's where the, have you ever seen I'm sure there's a movie with a body with two heads? Do they ever agree? Right? That's what needs to happen somehow.
Well,
What do you suggest for that?
I don't, because I don't believe that that's a reality, an achievable reality. That there's municipal needs that are going unmet, and there's school district needs going unmet, and the town, the municipal side is gonna say, we really have to address this stuff first. School board, please wait. The school board's gonna say, I've got modulars that are sitting out here for 20 years. I don't know how long the cop shop's been in George V. White, but it's been there since I moved here. That hasn't changed at all, right? So there's these huge lingering projects, and we don't know how to move forward. And I don't know how to get the select board and the school board to decide who gets to go first. To, flip a coin. I guess that'd be as easy a way as any. But I'm just telling you, I watch this stuff, right? This is what I do. I watch municipal government. It's my hobby, and I'm just trying to tell you when I'm reading the tea leaves, that's what I read.
I think it's hard because they can't just sit around and wait forever. They're not gonna be on the board. However long you're on the board, they can't wait forever.
I'll give you a date if you want it.
I voted no. I can't, with everything going, my family couldn't afford it. I'm not gonna lie with everything, but at the same time, I applaud you for giving me the option. You gave us 3 options that first time. And that looked like a dream school for the community. So I loved that idea. And I know communities like Londonderry and other ones have beautiful schools that have that, but they also have huge commercial businesses that help fund that and donate to their schooling and stuff. So you guys did give us comparative schools that were just renovated, but they're not a farm town like us. So it's hard. I try to instill in my kids to be positive and not just be don't dream big. At least you gave your community that option to say you could have this. But being realistic and being an adult kind of stinks sometimes, but I hope you don't feel like you're being smacked down so hard that you can't get up, because there is hope, and it's hard because I get what Verbil's saying, but if you don't do anything, then people are getting mad at you too. So thank you for being here. I don't know how you.
I'm not saying don't do anything.
Yeah, no.
I know you gotta do something, but you gotta, in my opinion, you have to beat the town to it. And if I was advising the select board, I would say you gotta beat the school to it, because there's not enough money for all of these things in a short amount of time.
And then another thing about the spaghetti, I think that's a great idea, having community thing. But at the same time, I also know there's a law on meetings. And what if that could be oop, that board member was just talking and it wasn't a meeting? Is that even allowed anymore?
Social gatherings are, yes.
Okay, a
Training-
loophole.
training.
Community sounds great, but then there's those.
That's scary if you know what they're. Wayne, did you raise your hand? But I can speak out. I don't want my kids going to any other school. But here, I think setting kids, you're in a different school would cause great anxiety for children. Children thrive off consistency, as do adults. So I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want my kids thinking, oh, I just made a friend in Candia. Well, I see them never again, or anything like that. I think getting consistency.
At the same time, I know, and actually he lives on my side of town, but I know a couple people, actually 5 families on my road that would send them to Candia. So because Candia is closer, that and for high school, Whitmore was mentioning yes, some people knew about Concord when they moved here, but they also were hoping that you guys would change it by the time their kids hit. Because we moved here when we had like a 1-year-old or we got pregnant here. And by the time they hit high school, oh yeah, they'll change their mind by then. So.
See, we've been consistent.
Like Mike has been in Nottingham for 5 years, like if Nottingham was an option, I would send him. Went to Olive Oil in Nottingham, all of his friends just went to Olive Oil. I would have no problem driving the 15 minutes back over there to drop him off.
But that's a difference of your one person choosing to do that. If I were in this town and somebody said to me, all kindergarten and first grade are gonna go to Raymond, I would not be happy.
But all high school goes to Concord, right?
But that has been a situation as far 50, 60, 70.
No,
I went to Manchester Central High School as a Deerfield resident.
Deerfield's
had
never had a high school. We've always had a K through 8.
For high school.
No, we've always had.
So anyone moving into Deerfield knows there's not a high school and there's not going to be an option. If you've lived here for 40 years, you know you're going to a high school out of the town. If you move into this town and you've done your research and you've done your due diligence, you know you're not going to have a high school for your child to go to. If you've lived in this town for 20, 30, 40 years and you're told kindergarten and first grade is gonna go to another town, that's not okay.
I was just mentioning though, there's 5 families on my road that are.
But that's 5, and you're choosing to do that. No, you're not being told you have to send your kids.
No, and what I think that's part of where, like, when that topic comes up, this board looks at that and goes, that's a huge townwide conversation. That's a massive change in the way that public education is delivered, right? It's a wholesale change. That is a gigantic conversation. And there is obviously, there's a ton to it.
It's worth a call.
There's the financial side of it. Transportation. There's a transportation side. Of it, financial side of it. I mean, unless you're able to shed entire grade levels, classrooms.
Town lot, like.
No, but I guess what I'm saying, so like, unless you said, we're gonna tuition kindergarten and first grade, right? So that would be 100 kids. Right? We're gonna tuition kindergarten and first grade. You're gonna tuition them at $15,000 a kid. 600 kids, $16,000 a kid. That's $1.6 million a year. Do you save $1.6 million a year inside this building? I don't think you do. Like the math in my head, as I'm doing the math in my head, the math doesn't work well. I
But
don't.
also, if you had the 45 million, then that would drive people out of town too. I'm just.
No, but like, as we're like, that's a ginormous conversation, and
Yeah,
there's a
it's
ton of like backside stuff that math alone, that kind of creates a bunch of questions, and it's a huge wholesale change. Without getting like complete and utter buy-in from the community, I don't see it growing some legs.
It's easy to say no. It's
So
hard
there will be no
to make a
cost.
sales pitch.
So I think that's
That's not
part
what
of,
they're saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm hearing.
that's what they're saying.
no,
So say Candy has that capacity, then we're back here again, arguing, hey, we gotta do an expansion again.
No,
That's
but-
what we're
but I
looking at.
think what I'm saying is that is a monumental shift, right? And so it being a monumental shift requires a huge conversation before you even head in that direction with the community, because the community is who we're serving. So, sure, you can call Candia. I'll use Candia as an example. Okay? I can call Candia tomorrow and say, hey, you want 50 kids? And they can say yes or no, whatever it may be.
If they say no, then you like.
But no school typically, if they have capacity, is going to, the answer is not going to be no, because all they're doing is bringing money in for their community, and it's a business They're saying, whoa, 50 kids, $15,000, $750,000 a year, it's not going to cost them any more to educate them in their building, so it's a $750,000 bonus for them. Shifting our tax dollars from Deerfield, supplementing, not picking on Candy, using Candy as an example, supplementing tax base. But the cost for us, I think, as I do math in my head, and I've thought, like, I've heard this 100 times, and I've sat there and I've scratched out numbers, and I'm like, the cost in my head, I don't see it. I see it costing us more money in the long run. I see it costing us more money immediately. I see it, because you would have to shed a drastic quantity of students to be able to grades. But even if you do that, the savings in staffing, because you're still operating in physical time, and you might need it, and those are all fixed costs, right? Don't save enough. So it's gonna cost more. So we have a hard time getting budgets passed in this town. Then you say, okay, we need $1.5 million more, 750,000, right, whatever. To tuition kids away. So that's where, I mean, it's huge, and it requires a ton.
And you do that for the high schools, you ask for money to send kids to high school?
So the difference between high schools, we don't have a high school, and the cost to operate a high school, in that circumstance, would far exceed tuition. So the equation shifts, where we already have a functioning facility, there's a difference. Yeah.
So go to Errol's point. 80% proposed school budgets pass. Virtually all money school warrant articles pass. That's simply a fact, right? So 4 out of 5 proposed budgets from the school district pass. And the 2 out of the 10 are recent. So there's been a change that's occurred very recently. So it's not like there's this ongoing difficulty to fund schools. So you have to be careful with the messaging, because when you say, oh, it's really hard to get budgets passed, but then almost all your budgets and almost all your warrant articles pass, it's easy for somebody that's got the facts to say, well, wait a minute, that's not true. That is simply not true. And when we say, you know, we're barely able to fund public education in Deerfield, we're lucky we can make ends meet, and then we return $1 million back to the taxpayers at the end of the year, those two things are incongruous. They don't work out. And if you look at fund balances in default budget years compared to fund balances in non-default budget years, except for recently, because our surplus is going through the roof lately, there is no linkage between fund balance and which budget gets approved, because those budget differences are small. If you do a graph of proposed budgets, default budgets, and then a line of which one gets approved, it's a little thicker than the other, so it stands out. You can't even tell that there's 2 lines under there for most of those years. That's so when somebody actually looks at the data, that's what they see. So when we say it's hard to get budgets passed, I would say no, that is not a truthful statement. And that makes the sales pitch that much harder, because if that's not correct, then what else is incorrect? How much more homework do I have to do? How much more digging do I have to do to reassure myself that what I'm being told is factually accurate and correct? And that's really, really, it goes to Harold's point. That's really, really important.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as far as the whole send them to another school discussion, I think it would be really irresponsible for you guys to start that conversation with other schools without getting a lot of feedback from the town, having a lot of these listening sessions, whatever you want to call them. It would be, I mean, just from the heated opinions in this one room, this limited number of people, everybody's got a passionate opinion about it, whether you want them to go to another school or you don't want them to. No.
Option and.
No, I think it's just.
Whether you do or you don't, you think it's an attractive option, you think it's the worst idea you've ever heard, there are just very split opinions about it. If you think people get heated about having to send their kids to a different high school in a different town, and I don't want my kid to go to that high school, I don't want my kid to go to that one, why don't they go here? It's closer. They're gonna have real strong opinions about you sending their kindergartners and their first graders, their babies that are barely out into the school. They're gonna have really strong opinions about that. By the time they hit high school, they're 14, 13, 15 years old. And you're kind of like used to the idea that, okay, my kid is gonna have to go to that high school. And if you change your mind while the kid's in middle school, maybe we can get like grandfathered in because our kid went to that high school, or maybe like, or we can get used to that idea because they're older. They're not your babies, your 5 and 6-year-old babies that you're just barely sending out into the world. The first time away from their parents, maybe. You need like a lot of discussion before you go to another school and say, hey, you want to take 50 of our kids? And by the way, they're the 5 and 6-year-olds. Or are you going to tear middle schoolers away from the school? You're going to send them, so you get 7th and 8th graders. You're going to send your 7th and 8th graders to a different middle school for 2 years, send them to school with kids that they're not even going to go to high school with, because our kids go to Concord. So you have to see if Concord Middle School had room for them, I guess.
Yeah, because they're already.
But Concord Middle School is a lot more expensive than Nottingham or Candia or,
I mean, ultimately,
it's a huge discussion to have and it would be irresponsible to have it
it's a
without.
different conversation.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't think it's necessarily.
And I just want to say, because it's like, just make a phone call, and I'm thinking about it, it's like, well, what's the harm in a phone call? And so I'm sitting here thinking about that, I'm like, well, it's more than just a phone call and saying, do you have the room? Because we're talking, we got 4 modulators, 20, 25 kids. So we're talking 80 to 100 students. So it's not just you have the physical space in your room. So you ask that question of them, the amount of logistics that's going to go into that, the additional staffing they're going to need, right? They're looking at 4 teachers, right? So it's not like they might 3 for 80 kids, sure.
Teachers, parents,
It's-
custodians.
So I don't want to think that, I'm not open to making a phone call, but it's, nobody's gonna be able to say, like, sure, maybe they're open to that idea, but the amount of logistics that has to go into answering that question, it is going to require a huge amount of effort on their part and a lot of discussion on their boards. But do we want to bring on additional? And so for us to ask that, the physical space, absolutely, they can answer that question. We have empty space in our school. We have the additional room for them. But the staff and all the back end is going to require a ton of work on their part. So it's not that I'm not willing to ask that question. I'm not willing to ask that question of someone without being able to also say, this is a serious thing that we're considering. And if you do the work,
Due diligence.
if you do the work, we'll support it. We'll be able to send those kids.
I would actually turn that around a little bit. I would agree with you. Because until the pain level in this community rises to an absolutely critical level, by just making that phone call, you're tipping your hand strategically. All of a sudden, you're in a weaker position because you need, unless you've got a serious, something to bring to the table, just making that phone call, I just don't think it's to your advantage strategically to do that.
I have this fear of treating city. Anywhere else. Let that be where it is, and let Croydon be its own thing, and I don't want to create a circumstance. Certainly.
For just a phone call, it'd be different, but it isn't just.
So it's a contract.
Higher list of variables that is different than just a phone call.
Well, then the conversation becomes different if you just make the phone call and then go do all your homework. You're at a disadvantage.
Right.
Right off the bat. So I just, if the phone call is warranted, different issue. But until you get to the point internally where you have an inescapable need to make that phone call, you tip your hands to the wall.
I think you'd create a lot of mistrust with your parents too, if you start having conversations
Right.
with other school boards before you've had it with
That's
parents.
why
So could this be put on a survey? I mean, I guess in my mind, it was never something to consider until it was brought up. Like, there's nothing I've come to the board and be like, hey, I can take one kid out of the school and bring him to DM because you didn't have a freshman now at Nottingham and you never would have had to come here. You know, it's something I would have brought in that situation. It's something that I would address in high school because I've grown up here, and when I left eighth grade, I applied to 7 high schools, and I don't like the idea of one, and I would really push for high school options there. But I'd be interested to see something very simple for a survey to the town saying, would you be interested or willing to send your child to another town? If so, what town? You know, even very open-ended fill in the blank question and see if there really is only 10 of us that are like, gee, if the opportunity was there, you know, then you don't have to worry about a phone call because obviously the town's telling you now without. Thing. And again, you guys can't get communication here, so what's the point there? But if there is, say, half the town that's like, yeah, I don't want my kid here, then you guys are just looking.
It's not that they don't want them here. It's like, if it's
It's more convenient.
45 million or this, you can't do this, then this. And I'm not saying like that's my opinion or anything. I've heard that response multiple times at multiple meetings. I've heard that vocalization, and I wasn't the one to vocalize it. But like a couple people have said, and not just the kindergartners, what if the middle school goes to the same high school? What if, you know what I mean? Like we're trying to make a special space for the middle schoolers. I know you're contracted in with Concord forever, I guess it is, but like, what if? No, but other community members just said like tunnel vision. There's a world of possibilities, and other community members have asked that question, so it's hard because like, yeah, I was like survey, but that maybe it's 170, so maybe putting it as a warrant
But
article.
170 of 1,500 voters or so that came out. I mean, if you look at it,
At least it's better
how
than
many voted?
15.
It's still, it's a small.
I'd question if it was even legal that you could do it, you know, because town's responsible to educate their students. You know, the onesies and twosies can go wherever they want. We saw it with COVID, right? Oh my God. Will we be there someday? Yeah, probably not in my lifetime, right? But we're seeing it with the charter school. I can take my student, it didn't work at Deerfield because we were hybrid and we went to Founders, right? It's free, right? Deerfield's not paying for it. Parents aren't paying for it. We're all paying for it, in a sense. I would even question if it was legal that you could say, yeah, third grade, kindergarten is even gonna go. That would be the first thing, and, you know, before you even, I think making a phone call would be difficult, but
So
I don't, you want to talk about an uproar, I think we'd have it.
No, I mean, it'd be like a foreign year abroad.
Well, I mean, you know, the onesies and twosies, I mean, there's always the opportunity, you know, if somebody lives, you know, over on, you know, close, well, let's face it, right? You leave Deerfield, you go through Candy to get back into Deerfield, you leave Deerfield, you go into Epsom to get back into Deerfield. Kids over there on Northwood Lake, yeah, they may want to go to North because it might be closer, you know? Is there opportunities for onesies and twosies to do that? I don't know. That doesn't relieve the pressure here, you know, we've got classrooms outside that are full.
I feel like it's clear that we need to be hearing from the community and get more interaction. And I think these are all great ideas and from this small group, but we need to be able to reach the larger community. Is there a budget, or is it even allowed to hire an outside survey company or marketing company to help with this? Because I get that you guys are not marketing professionals and you are not professional survey writers, and you don't have time either, and you don't get paid. So is there any budget left to bring an outside, not us from DCS? Like, I don't think that would be wise. Anybody else, like anybody outside, anybody please. No,
I think the community would get really mad at that idea. It's a great idea.
yeah, but then how else? How else do
Spaghetti
we?
dinners or something.
You got your time. You can talk.
Right, but so talking to them, like, of course, that would be amazing if they could have all the time to sit and have coffee conversations, or spaghetti dinners, but they have jobs.
10 years ago, the board hired the UNH survey center to run a survey at the time when they were reevaluating Concord.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay.
I think right now, though, the community I feel that a lot of people would say, oh, they're spending more money on surveys that they could be spending on fixing the school.
Kevin has his hand up.
Elephant in the room. Caps. This meeting is the Deerfield community. Telling you, order of magnitude steps. So you got less than 12 people here. So an order of magnitude, you got 150 people that filled out a survey. Order of magnitude, you had 1,500 turn out to vote. And I have to admit, my gut told me this would be very poorly attended. That's what and the reason I actually came out was to hopefully see that I was wrong. This room, you would think, had parents, children, school. There were some. There might be as many of us that don't have kids at the school as do that are participants tonight. So I agree. Something's got to be done. Those portables shouldn't be there. Those kids should be in this building. It's not an easy puzzle to figure out. Already had one swing and a miss. So it's not easy. There's no doubt about it.
Fair enough. I think this is too soon after the vote to really have truth and reconciliation kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, that's why I keep counseling, make time your friend.
Let me just finish with the
Yeah,
last
sorry.
thing I'll say is one of the refrains I've always heard that I don't agree with. At this point, I'm starting to dismiss it out of hand simply by talking to people. That the problem is that the word's not getting out. People aren't informed. I don't believe that's true. I think the vast majority, the 1,500 that show up, very well. They know through their own grapevines, through their own social circles, through their own social networks, not this one, but talking to people they work with in town, meet, having breakfast, coffee, kids playing together. I think people are well. I think people do get them. I'm always amazed at people that reach out to me and say they watch this meeting or that meeting. They couldn't believe this. They couldn't. There's a lot of that goes on. You still have to push the message out. I'm not saying don't try. You still have to push to get that information out. But if you think the reason it failed is because you didn't get enough information to voters, that would only be true because the project was brought too soon and you guys didn't have the answers to the obvious questions down pat when they were being asked. Right? I'm on the budget committee. You guys were great coming in. I appreciate it. You put on a good presentation, right? It was a good outline, a good skeleton, a good shell. But when it came down to drilling down on questions, what's this square footage? What's that? How many classrooms now? How many classrooms then? What's the intention for this? What's the intention for that? Not all those answers were quickly forthcoming and clear. Follow-ups were promised, and the follow-ups, as far as I know, never came. So the project was rushed and brought too soon. That was definitely one of the things. I would say keep chipping away because the project is necessary. So, good luck to you, Steve.
Is that what we want? Is it? What are the thoughts as we look at the next steps forward? We have some things that we're up against. One of them being maybe it's not July 1st is when the submission to the state will be due for building. So, yeah, submit for building.
We only have a 3%, like the lady that came to deliver it was like, your need is lower than most.
We have
30%.
30, I'm sorry, it is 30. It's getting
3%
late.
not
And I think it's important to say that what you submit, you have to build.
right. And so the direction I guess I'm going with that statement is we can submit the project that we presented last year. Maybe we pull the renovation out of it and we just submit the construction side of it.
Get more points. And it's not, you only get 30% of how you rank. It's who you're competing against.
Yeah.
So as other communities, this non-passing of bond votes has been a ripple through the whole state right now. So it's dropping out so that number of school districts that are trying to compete with this money. Really.
And I think that's a question the board's grappling with right now is do we submit the project we had because it's ready to be submitted to, right? Now, that doesn't mean that's a project that goes on the bond, but if we don't submit it to the state, we get no response from the state. So at least if we submit it to the state and find out, hey, we have X amount of dollars, then come January, when we're looking at how we present things, maybe we can present it and say, we're gonna have 30%.
I guess I'd throw that back on you and say, logically, do you think you'll get enough from the state to sway the voters to vote for that warrant again?
And so one of the things we talked about at the last meeting was kind of three paths, right? And so if we talk about that, it was Jeff Strong. Wonderful. But it was three paths, right? And so there's a path of, we've invested a considerable sum of money to get a project ready to present to the state. That project, we don't have the time to change that project before the July 1st deadline. And so work has been done. So if we submit it to the state, the community understands that's one path we're going to continue to explore. At the same time, we explore two different, maybe it's three, maybe it's four, whatever it is, but we explore different options as well. The option is a pared down project. Maybe the option is an addition, a very small addition. Maybe the option is we blow up the gymnasium and we do something inside there, and we do something else. It could be then one of any magnitude of things, but much smaller. If we kind of get a couple of ideas on deck so that as we approach kind of those critical deadlines, and everything else, by that point, we'll know from the state how we look, and then we can say, okay, path A, path B, path C. I think the board is kind of cognizant there's still a need. The need hasn't gone away. But we're trying to figure out, and certainly there's plenty of time for us to continue soliciting feedback. But we want to be able to, we don't want to, I don't want to limit our opportunity to try to look at every one of those paths.
But can you answer that question? Say they gave us the money. Do you really think state money will change your town's vote? Is it worth their time to do all that paperwork for the state versus focusing on the two other paths that you think might do better?
Well, he like said, they might be able to just do it for the current building to fix the problems and not the expansion. Like,
Well, that would be, that's, I guess that's part.
You might not have to do
That's
it.
a whole separate thing too, like, and your track A was the whole project they had. So like track A that you had before, what do you feel, like realistic?
So that's a big portion of, I think, what we're trying to garner from the survey. And that's a question that's pretty survey. Fashion. But that's something that if we don't submit anything, it's a 2-year one.
I get
Before-
it. I'm
before we
saying,
qualify
like,
for
what do you feel? Do you really think that like their time filling out that paperwork?
So I don't know. I look at it from my optics, right? And so we're all looking at it from our own, like, you know, if it's a financial aspect and it's a tax related aspect, we're all looking at it from the optics of our own situation. So being cognizant that everybody's optics are different. I look at it, I was one of 299 people that said, let's get it done. Right? But I'm recommending off to it once, not twice. So that's me, right? So that's my optics. I don't know what the optics are for a $30 million, right? So a $30 million project, a 30% reduction, that has it changes the way it. Maybe that hits a threshold. I don't know. I don't, like, if I had a crystal ball, I'd be a billionaire and I would be here. Okay? I mean, that's certainly like. We don't,
You're rolling the dice. I mean, you're gambling. It's which option
But-
you take.
What do you?
Is that really the job of a elected
But
board
it's-
to gamble that?
I don't think it's a gambling. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to see, we're trying to line up.
Here, maybe we get money there, maybe we do this, maybe we do that.
And we may look at it, submit to the state, and the state may come back and say, you're number 37 on the list, and we're only gonna fund $6 million. In which case, we know option A went away.
From that, I guess going back to what Mr. Rhodes said earlier, like seeing any town they want to be. So unless you're looking at like 80+% coverage on the state grant, like I don't think it's gonna sway a town voter. They're not gonna look like, they're gonna look at $45 million. And unless you're looking at like the town not having to pay a big chunk of that because it looks like a deal.
But we
I
won't
don't know if I
know
understand.
unless we
Like,
submit.
So the
I know, but
you're at 5 million?
You're not gonna get the 45 off your back.
I think
That's
you
what I'm-
also risk, if you submit it, you risk telling the town that you're still hanging on to that. And I personally feel like I keep coming to the meetings, I keep saying these things differently, and you're still hanging on to the pipe dream. And like, at this point, now I'm not gonna be in the room. So what are you up to? Like,
So the question for you, right, and so this is the serious question, is I'm trying to figure this out. So we don't submit anything, we don't vote. We don't have something to submit for July.
so you're in the same position that you were before, though, in that here's what it's gonna cost, here's what we're hoping.
But I guess, so if I complete that thought, so we come back with the pared down, and that project is 20. And that project
Scary number.
is 20, okay, so that project's 25. And we're not renovating the
Do
space.
a spaghetti dinner.
So hold,
Stuff on that.
so we pare down the project and we knock it down to 25. We're picking, right. And that $25 million project isn't a renovation of this building. The $25 million project is classrooms, fixing what needs to be fixed. So that becomes the project. But then we put that on the bond, it's a 25 million. So the question becomes is if we don't submit the 45 to the state. If we let it run parallel, we submit the other project to the state comes back and says, you're gonna, if you funded it, and your $45 million project just became a $30 million. But we're gonna get twice as much out of it, that's where your deal exists.
That's what I'm saying, so unless
So-
you can.
So do we run, so should we
People are still gonna-
submit? Or is the community gonna be like, you guys are stuck in one place? Or is the community gonna look at it and go, okay, we understand they're exploring their options, but this work's been done. So why shouldn't we submit and at least allow the work that's been done to see? Sorry, very name again, I apologize. But you went to Central, so we're friends.
It's Kate Bernstein. It used to be Sears. Now it's Bernstein. People know me as Sears. So just a clarifying question. If you submit what we have currently to the state, they say, we're gonna give you $9 million. Are you married to that plan and you can't adjust it?
So we have to build what basically.
We can make small tweaks to it, but if we say we're gonna replace windows, if we say we're gonna do energy upgrades, if we say we're gonna do a new safe, secure entry, if we say we're gonna do all these pieces and we illustrate how we're gonna do it, if we change the shape of a classroom, the small things like that, that's okay. Change the intent of what we.
So what if you go in with just the,
Distinct footprint.
no, sorry, my brain's tired. If you go in just asking for repair money, is it that possible or is it just an expansion?
They'll look at everything, but they might not rank us as high. It all depends on how we rank against other people. So there's basically a 1,000-point system that we give certain categories, certain given points to.
So if we go in, I think I remember like a $20 million price tag on repairs was thrown out there at one point. If we go in and say, we need $20 million worth of repairs in our building, then the state says, okay, we'll give you 10 million of that.
So we have it 30%.
So that's
Because
only
of our
$12 million. Great.
And one of the other things were, so that number, it was 15 million for renovations. Renovations and repairs are different things. So renovations are we're moving walls, we're adjusting classrooms, we're right sizing stuff. And that's different because for renovations, I think to occur, we need additional space to be able to renovate first, because you got to put the kids somewhere. Move walls, do this. So I think the lighter project that we'd be looking at potentially, and again, it's part of the conversations, but the lighter project is repairs and smaller little updates, I think, kind of scale up. And those are things we're trying to, I think, try and just root out. You know, the community wants us to make repairs. Does the community want us to make, does the community want a major renovation? This is all that, like, feedback, trying to kind of harvest and.
So to answer that, I personally feel that a smaller outside project that addresses the needs, so the space needs.
Call it 8 classrooms.
Yeah, and personally, I like this side, like the way the rec tied in, because I do think that the nurses area needs to be expanded, and if that becomes an opportunity, the way that was planned out, I like coming over this way, whatever comes up. I like that idea. I also personally want to address safety issues. So I don't care that the windows are yellow as long as they're safe. But I don't want the roof to leak. I want the bathrooms to work. It'd be nice if the floor wasn't cracked, but I'll fill it in with sand from the kids' shoes.
Well, we're beholden then to what the state says. That's the other
Yeah,
problem, right?
like those,
Yeah.
all those safety needs are second to the space, I guess. Not really. That's not true.
It's tricky.
So
Stand there and give me 2 basketball hoops, and whichever basketball. The critical safety things that keep our students safe is gonna come first. So the fire system, the roof, but then second would be the minimal space needs. Those extra classrooms, getting rid of the modulars, a space for the teachers. You know, getting rid of clockuses, that would be on top of it too. I see that you guys have used every ounce of space that was never even used before, and I do think if that can be put into that room. And then I understand that you're gonna have to flip flop specials, but those smaller key components, but don't include those extra rooms, those extra community rooms, or, I mean, there was a lot of special rooms and I think it was like 32. It was adding on between offices and special ed class. But I looked at a plan. Do you remember?
32 extra rooms.
Was it?
No.
Are you thinking of between all, like, there was 2 music rooms, 2 art rooms,
We have that already.
2, yeah,
So we were relocating
okay.
and then turning those into classrooms. So
Just trying to draw lines where lines.
Oh,
were.
yeah,
It was-
no.
There was a lot of extra rooms.
It's a monopoly. This building's just a monopoly board. If you've ever looked at it long enough, it's just a monopoly board.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Park Place and
It works, but,
Boardwalk.
so there's that, and like I just said before, like, if you submit that 45 million and feel like this is it, the town's not gonna vote for it, even if they got the 30%. It's just not enough, so I think any money you get from the state is gonna be a bonus, but I don't think that you should be counting on that to be the bonus, because it's not enough of a deal for this town to be like, yeah, we'll spend, our taxes will go up an extra 100, but we just, made $50 million off the state. It's just not enough.
So your choice is between doing something soon with the plan you have and doing something later, resubmit biennial process with a plan hasn't been hammered through and is scaled down and more in line with maybe a ranked choice kind of selection from the people who are going to be paying for it. That just seems really easy to answer that question, just strategic. You're going in with why go ahead in the short term and press something that has failed with the voters? You have a chance to go in with something that is better backed, and it's going to cost you 2 years. It's an easy choice.
I would think the state's probably mark us negative. Right? I don't know if they do. No, I mean, I would think if I'm the guy analyzing it and saying, yeah, I could allocate 30% to Deerfield, but man, they need to get 60% and they did get 20%. So, but if they don't negative, that's good. Yeah, that's good. They don't look at that.
The last time everything was up to, we passed it. So it's.
Okay. So they were still ranked top and, okay. So the need was still there. They felt the need and the upgrades were
It's a pretty
above that. Okay.
prescribed process, I would say. It's a very well prescribed process.
That's good. At least it's not negatively held in this.
Just so I'm clear, I understand you're feeling like, you know, you did all this work, you spent all this money, we did this, we put forth this effort, and we want to see where it gets us, but I do personally agree with what some of the other community members have said. Even if you got that state funding up to 30%, I still don't, personally, but could you just take part of the plan and do you have to do the whole thing? Yeah, could you just do this footprint fixes and not the expansion, or is it no matter what?
It's a different
This
process.
footprint fixes it's two things. So the footprint fixes tying to the phased construction, so that has to go out the window with that addition. This footprint, those proposed footprint fixes, we're contingent on having space to move into there.
With the kids.
And yeah, and then
Or we get more modular.
We could get more modulars.
But,
Stackable ones.
Get nice ones.
and the other thing, just to be clear, is that it's not just like we need $10 million for our project to fix X, Y, Z. We need construction plans, we need budgets. And so it's not just going to them and saying, you know, we need money for X, Y, or Z. There's a lot of back end work that goes into it, which is why we're at that question of, you know. So to put it succinctly, just so there's no confusion with that, we can't apply for state building aid for anything other than what we presented for that 45 million. So I don't want the narrative to get out that, you know, we're not applying for state building aid. If we don't apply for it, the reason would be because we don't have anything else to apply for. I tend to agree that I think it's probably a waste of money and time on LBA's part, trying to go, and if we got that 15 million, getting the price tag down to 30. I think we're probably looking at a longer process to get to that. And, you know, said it best, to really figure out what are the must-haves for the town. Town's going to support, because it's more than just, we really need to deep dive into that, the nurses station, the occupational therapy spaces, and kind of all of those things that when it's easy to think of a school and think classrooms and bathrooms, but we do need to take care of our OT rooms, the nursing room, the impact of code on the special being on the second floor. So we have to deep dive into all of those things. So sort of the must-haves. And then the people think it's just 4 classrooms in a bathroom, educate them on why it can't just be 4 classrooms in a bathroom. But what is that minimum viable product?
Yeah, and that's there. I mean, when I think about, when you start talking about, okay, well, we need a bigger nurses. We'll start looking at all these things and suddenly it turns back into this bigger thing. So you have to sacrifice on it. Like you have to say, then you have to say this is. It's certainly, because if you go, well, we want 6 classrooms, we want to put the specials downstairs, and we want to fix the bathrooms. So you start looking, how you draw it up, you start getting right back to where you were, right? It's like suddenly it's starting to look like that. If you take the knuckle out, maybe.
Not go on back and.
Right, but you're lopping 60 feet out of the building effectively, kind of compressing it, but at the end of it, when you look at it, you're like, well, it's starting to look a lot like where we were. And then you don't renovate. But then you say, but you know what, we want to get the offices taken. Figure out, take care of the offices. That was 2 classrooms that were inside the building to uncloth this. Start looking at all these spaces and how do you utilize the spaces in the next sequence. spent a lot of time looking at the plans and listening. We either have to like significantly, you either have to almost go to build 8 classrooms, put bathrooms in that building. And then come up with a 5-year plan and say, okay, we're gonna do the first floor ceiling tile and the first floor this summer. Then we're gonna do on a 3-year rotation with paint. And we're gonna keep stabbing network wire together and, you know, and like that's what I'm trying to, in my head, I guess, grapple with. And that's where I'm trying to figure out like directions of.
That's what the town's been.
Unfortunately, like, I told you, I wish that would have, like, if things were perfect, that's such a beautiful space, but the community already said in the deliberative session, like I said, they want to see how much it's gonna cost for the renovation, and then say you got that one building that was fire coded or whatever, but not with that extra knuckle, that way they'd have an option, just to give them, say, here, this is what you asked for. This is, especially to the community that doesn't have kids, 70% don't have kids here.
Who remembers Jay Giles? First I look at the worst.
I think,
Jay Giles, man.
I think Jeff's point is well, I mean, you know, for the local community members, I do think, my opinion, not worth going to state aid, because if you get to 30%, is that gonna sway 40% more voters now to get to that 60% mark? Don't know, but I'm just, history of Deerfield, voting paths, and all that, I'm thinking it'd be great, but and to your point, that you're gonna pay more over the 10-year plan.
100%.
Guaranteed, I know it, right?
But you're not paying interest.
Yeah.
And I think.
You're paying it as you go, pay as we go.
You're not paying the big number of interest, that's important.
I think the trust piece is huge. If you move forward with something that the town already said no to, as much as you can defend it and say, we wanted to go with something, there's gonna be a lot of mistrust that says, wait a minute, we already said no, this means no. And the people that don't understand that something needs to go, or people that do understand something needs to change, but they didn't want that plan, then you're gonna lose them too, because they're gonna say, we already said no and you're not listening to us. You've lost any trust we could have given you, if that makes sense.
That's a good point that she makes about, we've already, like, a lot of people already said no. And if you go forward with it anyway, you already get accused of not listening to your voters.
Right. Been accused a lot.
And I get accused a lot of things that are true too.
It's okay. Let's get used to it.
But if you then move forward with something that voters very vocally said no to, it does. That is a good point.
Especially for people who don't have kids in the system.
Yeah.
For the older folks, for the ones who's, you know, don't have necessarily that close tie to the school that they're not already in favor of, but maybe you could sway them. If you move forward with something that they've already said no to, they're gonna be gone. And there's no trust that's gonna be regained from them.
I think for us, as we continue to try to harvest stuff like this or something. Format may change. I think this was kind of good. It was a different format. We kind of mixed it up a little bit. So as we try to figure stuff out here, certainly.
I'll promise 5
That's
to 10
right.
people with you.
Yeah, fill the car, like.
Well, if you actually let people know that there was a to and fro with the school board, they're used to not having a non-responsive school board. So if you get that word out, I think you might get more people showing up.
I wonder, how do you, I'm so curious, because I tried on our own channels and website, and we put it in the forum, and we use one
They
call
were-
now.
They were messaging like privately, not you, but like a whole bunch of people were trying to message, be like, get your butt there.
But
And they were just like,
but we put flyers too at the town hall, or sorry, the town clerk's office, Parks and Rec, the library, the post office.
I think people are tired of hearing of this right now.
No, but, sorry, but where,
Lost Cafe.
I'm so curious, like, how can we tell them?
Time heals all wounds. I think you need time for people to cycle out of this. I mean, you know,
And the same amount, Errol, the same amount of feedback that we got was like, while this is fresh in people's mind, you should start asking the questions. Opposite feedback from many different people. So
I
it's
don't-
just like,
I don't,
I voted against, but I showed up, okay?
I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy you're all here. And you guys are always here. You know, we may not always agree.
Sorry.
No, I mean that sincerely. You know, it's not always that we're on the same page with things, but at least you're civically engaged. If you added up all the time that you sat in meetings, that's a lot of time. That says something.
It says a lot to Kevin. Like when I walked in and just saw us, I kind of thought like, all right, it's us again. But to that point, just kind of flip it, like, we are the ones reaching out to people. Most of them, like everybody here probably has a handful of people that agree with their opinion or know somebody that, you know.
I don't think
bringing in-
anybody agrees with me.
Well, you don't count, but.
Oh, hey, I'm born and raised here too. Come on now.
I'm trying not to devalue the handful of us that are here because I think a lot of us have big groups of people that at least feel similarly. So I think that what we're presenting isn't obscure. So just to Kevin's point. This may. And so even if there are.
We try to share what they say too, like I know you guys try to share and we try to share what they say and then try to bring
It's all
back.
night to try to like
But I think.
put everything into like a summary kind of thing.
Right.
So that so when somebody has a question, we don't not have an answer because.
Just put into the video because people need to see that. For once, I really appreciate this conversation, like, because that has been the hardest point for me coming into this was presenting and then, you know, only getting maybe a head nod, a smile or something, be like, maybe they support it, maybe they don't, like, not being able to have that dialogue. And I realize it's about different conversations most of the time, but being able to discuss opinions here. I think the more we can do this, the more we can show the town that this is how it happens and it's not one-sided. So. To that, you know, don't give them a summary. Point them to the video, link them, tell them to watch it. If people do their answer.
Want me to do that?
Absolutely. Stop camping to me.
So I just want to add, you know, like, I'm obviously one of the faces that hasn't been here throughout. And I like want to hit myself for even saying this out loud, but COVID people, I'm exhausted. I don't want to come after I've worked all day with 6-year-olds. I teach first grade. I'm exhausted at the end of the day. And I have 2 kids at home that are young. And, you know, extra, which everybody else has, and I get it. So I'm hoping that because we're moving away from that word, COVID, and we're getting away from that, my hope is that people start getting their energy back. They start getting their lives back. They start getting normalcy back, that they can start thinking about doing something other than surviving. So maybe if, you know, like I said, I commend everyone in this room for doing whatever you've done this far. And I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been a part of it until this minute inside this room. You know, I notice my own things in my world, but I hope that you don't feel like because people haven't represented yet, they never will. I'm hoping, my hope is that as we're getting out of this pandemic, we're moving closer to normalcy. Maybe people's lives can return to a place that they can start thinking about engaging again. I'm doing it, hoping other people are doing it. I feel it, you know, like I said, I'm exhausted too. I get home and I don't want to do anything. And I admit it, I sat on my computer rather than having to come down here today.
I'm here because it was glitchy. I can't hear anything. I'm just.
So,
Yeah, we usually watch online, to be honest.
Just getting that normalcy of life back. People have not had normalcy for 2 years, and I'm so sick of hearing COVID and the results of COVID, like everybody else is. But if we just keep doing what you're doing and pushing it and getting it all out there, as people return to their normalcy, maybe they'll start latching on again, is my hope, I guess.
To excellent point, I think keeping the conversation alive,
Yes.
not your plan necessarily. I think, I've told you what I think about applying for a this time around. I think, but if you focus on the conversation, I think you'll have more success. This should be reported to the focus. Some people will read it, not a lot of people necessarily go there. It's a dedicated group. But get the message out that you're having a conversation. No longer just off on a road someplace making plans, but you're having a conversation, listening, thinking about other options, and focus on the conversation.
Any other feedback? If there isn't any other feedback, we have a citizens comments section on the agenda. I don't know if we've thoroughly beaten the citizens comments horse. So it's on there. It's on the agenda. So I'm gonna, I guess, close the open part of the discussion, and I'll open citizens comments. If there is any citizens comments, if that horse has been kicked enough, then I'm gonna move on to I think the board has, I guess the board's gonna have a quick board conversation about what our next steps may look like or could be and whatnot.
I have 2 seconds comment. It still kind of pertains to what we're talking
You're jumping back on the horse, or
I
did
am.
you let the horse out?
I missed the last meeting and then I couldn't hear it on YouTube. I'm very frustrated, so this is what I'm doing it. So on top of it, well, like, it's about the parking lot. I know this is a big thing because I watched all the teachers tromp through the mud and then I felt bad after literally saying, like, everything's your field, bring your boots. And then I was like, oh, I'll boots are in the hallway. So I'm trying to like think in my head going forward that it like phase 4 of the track plan would be to address that parking lot. But on top of that would be to, in my mind, like, if we could put like a parking lot over here and turn the parking lot into a better athletic field than what's on top of the septic system, I would love to entertain some sort of idea like that. Because if you've ever played soccer up there and like done a goalie kick and like your person's over there and your eyes are on it and your kick's perfect and the wind takes it and it's over there, it's just miserable. Like it was grand. So it's something that's not
It's a bad kick. It was the room's fault I missed that shot.
No, I was like, drop kick anything for basketball, but I did not drop that kick anything up there. It's just, if you're trying to throw frisbees up there, like the wind is just weird. So in order to improve like the athletic program,
Actually,
I
gets the
think
smell of the leach out of the air.
there is that too. And I don't know if baseball is the same issue. I mean, obviously wind is, but the ball's smaller and not as sure. But if something could be addressed in the future to improve the athletic fields, soccer, field hockey, it'd be really neat to see. Apparently my bad kick was bad, but. It worked for the other team, now they-
We are still being citizens and citizens' comments with the hope of getting to the other part of the
Well,
meeting.
we've heard no comments now this evening about audio visual. I will say again, you can work a deal with the town. They've got a great room down at the Fort B. White building. There are 7 seats around the table down there. Zoom, TV, YouTube, it's all there. It all works. You could have your meetings down there and be non-glitchy and town cooperative. And people might be happier.
So the available slots are Thursdays and Fridays, and it needs to be on our agenda for the board to be able to discuss it. So it is something that is top of mind. Made its way onto the agenda.
Definitely
Going to
not.
pitch into that space.
Are you sure?
Definitely.
What if there's pasta dinner with it?
No, we haven't Friday.
They're supposed to start being fed at home.
Yeah, Friday.
All right, so if that wraps up citizens' comments, we have to get into a couple of other conversations, and then we have to go. So we have a few items we need to address. So why don't we go back into full mode? Alright. Four. Cheers.
No, there's doing it.
Okay, thanks.
So, we have building expansion academics. As an item on the agenda, it's something we can tackle and talk about a little bit more. Digest and approach this maybe on another meeting. Yep.
I think, so. Our next step, we need to discuss that we've got really pressing. In direction, because that's a roof, which is actively. Got your fire alarm, which we need to have that RFP out.
So
Now, a month ago.
right.
And especially. Which. It's uncommon amount of money, but.
So
Roof itself, so they thought. Rough square footage numbers, it was unabsorbed. A fire alarm system can be a couple $100,000. So.
which may table one of the, which would potentially table the roof, I guess, if it had to take money to, right?
So Jay talked to, Pete.
Yep, other people's doing.
He's gonna get up there with his roofing subcontractor and get it, do a hard look at it, rather than just supplying, $200 a square foot, whatever, 2,000 square foot. But, maybe when he looks at that, we will coordinate with, Chris Phillips, because there's sections of roofs that are leaking, but we've got different roofs, I had never, put up there. But if we have access in the hole. If the roof's leaking, maybe we just go back to patching it, but figure out, can we pick away at it? If there's a large section of flat rubber, we can.
Actually, I wondered you could potentially do left side, right side, right? Is it? Yeah.
So we can get that on it. But as far as the fire, I've never heard back from the chiefs.
We talked last night.
I've been weekly calling him, trying to get John, sorry, John's perfect, but John answers with. Saying, hey, you guys see what's going on? I don't know what's going on. So.
I don't know if that's what we're about.
I mean, can we can't submit that bid package, because we have enough, we have what we think can become a bid package. Is there a turnaround time to produce it? Should we look at getting it out and then just any changes to state trigger?
For their, from the top of it, what you're saying?
Well, let's say we assume that we're gonna get back from the fire alarms, want this in. That's why our state changes, and rather than get hit with, $50,000 chamber. Never be happy. Cost less than 10%. They're so that was.
Because we don't get on schedule.
You absolutely. We could try that, but we could ask for a unit cost for certain things so that we could easily quantify the bids that they come in, so. Sprinkler head or extra fire alarm or extra piece would equal a certain amount, so we could compare apples to apples.
I think we need to jump ahead of the state. We can't keep waiting. So I think there's a way for us to structure the bids.
If the board wants me to, I just don't want to go around. Should- Except we work with the state.
Yeah, I mean, you have the contact. So is the board comfortable with that?
I can just sit there.
It's a dire need.
Yeah, I don't necessarily, if they tell us it's 3 more weeks, I think we still need to move forward. So,
But at least, it may be sitting there and they don't realize what the situation it is.
See where it's included.
I think the board's comfortable with that.
Yes, they've had a couple turnovers with people retiring, people moving on, so they had a hard time filling some reviewer jobs. 60 days.
It's always better to have a motion, I would say, need it or not.
Make a motion that we authorize LBA to proceed with this RFP draft. I don't see any reason for us to review the RFP on that. Fire alarm guy, do we want to set?
So fire protection engineers.
Yeah, just for the.
I'll make a motion to authorize LBA to proceed with draft the Amber and get it published.
Second. By Jeff. Discussion on this. Remarkably, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, as far as the septic issue, that maybe this loop. On that, and we get emails. What's going on? Jay as well, Mr. President. Because if it's a fails, it's the leak system.
I don't know, but I've been the right people to ask.
Okay, all right, because that's gonna turn into. I think we need to get a final determination on what's going on.
I'm sure yet what the problem is.
I think they're trying to figure out where the increase is. Test it to make sure it's not an issue. Excess. Says from 30,000. If we were to put it beside the existing reach bed, it would allow us to dig up the area where the holes appear.
It was the, didn't it move from the last time?
It's. But anyways. But I mean, there's, yeah, but I don't know who did that.
Yeah, Rollins, I think.
Oh, was he the one?
I think so.
I think so. Chris said something about him responding to, he called in first. Right away to take a look and what some shit people talked about.
Can you ask maybe Chris just to guess? Does anything know? Let's see good about that. All right, then, and then I think on the roof side. If we end up replacing the flood.
Where's the conversation you can think?
Also talking about looking at, if we're gonna do the roof, incorporating. You replace the mechanical system in this building. Starting that design, so it's like top units.
Seven curves. As far as expansion and stuff, we've all heard some feedback, we're still harvesting survey data. It sounds like the board's what's involved in preparing that? We were, is it a,
It's the application is pretty intense. Bigger case we can build. So if we just simply take our plans and the numbers and we responsibility, we'll probably let pretty much do our best job.
so I guess. Maybe are worth considering. And maybe we can figure out.
What are you saying? Sorry, I just didn't follow that last
So
part. I got the
think-
first part, but I
no,
didn't
so-
really think about
So I think the board still has more conversing to do, right? But if we, if these guys are hearing that as well, if there's something. Yeah. Directions. Well, I mean, whatever it may be. But
I just think it was really helpful to do the community speak. Like, from that, I've got really some great ideas. I think so it doesn't mean the board has to go with those directions in it. I think if I can illustrate hearing. Natural, so I think we can make a lot of people in this room.
Yeah, I think, as far as the state building aid and going forward with that 45 million, I think, I don't think we waste their time. I don't waste LDA's time. I don't put our money in there. I don't think a $30 million project. Even if we're back a year ago, and then we had the 30 million, but I think that the precedent and the mood has been set that we're gonna do a disservice to ourselves if we try and push that exact plan. Only by virtue of the fact that that left foul taste. If two people had come out and said, so excited about it, I support it, that want to do it, but it's been resounding no's. And so to keep pushing forward, I think it's just whether it's a couple $1,000 of their time, whether it's a couple hundred, I don't think it's worth the effort. I think that I like the idea of taking that feedback, because what I heard is did hear support for that minimum viable product of the classrooms. We know we need an expanded nursery school, right? And I didn't hear anybody say, there wasn't a single person there that said, don't do anything, right? So we know we've got something, now it's just to figure out what is the bare minimum that we can do. I think that's where we need to work with the town in sketching up, whether it's taking those ideas and kind of reconfiguring what we have. I'm not sure exactly what you're thinking, but, and then I do think a spaghetti there. Let's start trying to get people back in this building, in the school, and maybe for 2 years they couldn't come in here, right? And so it's such a disconnect with the community. I don't think we try and rush it through personally, that's just my opinion, but I think don't try and rush it through for March. I don't know, work between now and then, we're gonna quickly find ourselves scrambling and submitting a warrant article again.
Same story.
That's my feeling. Timeline perspective, and we want to quick to go into that.
Good question. I mean, the first time we went around, we had to do an existing conditions survey. So that took a lot of time for us to just understand. That was a big chunk of time for us. So that's all under our belt. We have I guess the question would be, once we begin the process of looking at a new design, if we're coming to it pretty quick, then I think you could keep on moving. We're not getting by. So you push it. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think it's hard at all to go to March if we're next time. But as you said, maybe we do need a little.
I feel gun shy, I think, in moving to March. I hear what you're saying about like on your end, all the work that is done, but now I think there's been like kind of a stark realization of the amount of work it takes to build a compelling story to and there was still so much disinformation. There's so much disinformation out there. And so it's not true that people didn't know, because we heard disinformation here tonight. It just wasn't a night to rechannel disinformation.
Disinformation that people were saying. Those were.
I appreciate the validation for that, because I tried to jot down several myself. So knowing that, I just keep trying to figure out, ways to have that compelling story. And I was expressing now that I'm thinking about this, if that number, the accuracy of, knowing that 70% of the people in town don't have children in the school. How to get them in the building so that they can see, I've lived the educational changes that have occurred. You didn't need another kid to walk in the building over the course of the last 10 years in order for things to begin to be cramped, because the way in which we had to deliver education and the many services that we needed to provide simply just kept making the pressure inside the building go like this. And that is such a hard story to tell if you haven't lived it, if you haven't experienced what it's like where you're having a difficult issue in the classroom. And now what you need to do is you have to clear the classroom because you have a student in the classroom that you can't get out of the classroom. So where do you take those students? And it's important for personalized instruction. So you're trying to do personalized instruction, but your classroom really isn't big enough to kind of keep kids far enough apart, the little groups that you need in order for them to keep their focus. So that the space that we were trying to create wasn't hangout space. That space was space where interventions can happen, and space or the classroom stays the intervention space, and the kids that are independent workers are like, oh yeah, I'm going to the common area. We know exactly what to do. We've got our rubric and off we go. So I'm still trying to figure out, like, how do we tell the story of how the school, how it got to this point, you know, the idea that we haven't been taking care of the school. Well, that's not necessarily correct. You know, we were focusing for a long time on getting our teacher salaries up to where they needed to be. And we had, as a board, I wasn't on the board then, I was working in the school then, but that's what we were focused on. So I think that takes time. That takes time. And I envision more of this type of, I would promote, I would say that we need more of this type. And if we get more people here, then it means 3 small groups or 5 small groups and targeted questions so that we really can hear and understand what people are thinking. And Jay, if you think that, and maybe that is the catalyst, you know, maybe if we have a design and we get as many people in here as possible, and we can say, all right, you know.
I think it's a lot. I'm very keen. I'm unabashed with the child. Gotta continue to try. And so my thought process, we don't stop. It may take a very different form. We don't stop working on it. We organically let it see where it's going. Something different. So this is what that gives us something to start gauging feedback. So $45 million or so, $20 million or so. Start to gauge feedback and say, we're not renovating. We're going to go through and over the course of 5 years, year 1, we're going to do this. Year 2, we're going to do that. Year 3, we're going to do this. And it may still be bonded or not bonded, but how we work it. I mean, this is something very different, but I think as we continue conversations, people show, so what do you think of this? That becomes a catalyst for conversation. And if suddenly we can start to build consensus, maybe March isn't. If we roll up in November, December, we're still not finding consensus, and it clearly isn't. But I don't want to stop it. This is something we know, right? For so many different reasons, it needs to. We need to get this done. So I just say we're not doing this. Yeah, you know, and so suddenly people are engaged, like, hey, let's go see what they're going to roll out and talk about. And suddenly we're getting a larger crowd, and we're getting feedback on surveys. Getting these prints out, survey, and help send out a set of prints and survey and say, look at this, look at that. I mean, like there's definitely. I just don't want to sit down. say, okay, we're not doing it for another 22 months.
I think, looking back on last year, if we've been able to draw that from November, December through March, we've been able to draw that out here in rather than compress all of that. So when we presented I think we had 4 plans. It's kind of straw poll, which ones do you like, and try to take that and work with it. But if we were able to work through the course over 2 years, and instead, because we keep having these meetings, and that feedback's going to be good, but eventually we're going to reach a point where the feedback is the same, right? And we'll get the message. It's 2% next way. We're going to need a tangible product to discuss and distill and answer questions on, so that we can, so the boards are backwards, explain every question, explain the difference between the hangout areas versus the breakout spaces, and all of those things, and dive into those details in an open forum. We need to be cognizant of the amount, we do have eventually the amount of money that we can spend on this, maybe if we come up with some very high level preliminary sketches of the most basic 4 classrooms and a bathroom. Work and host, listening sessions like we did tonight, where we talked about pros and cons of each one. We don't try to rush it in so that we need that March deadline. Get a great turnout and get great feedback, but I think we let that happen organically rather than focusing on point drafted by next.
You guys say the same thing, just using different words, so we're not gonna force March, but we're gonna work towards it, so that's fair. Not work towards it, we're just gonna keep working on this and see where it goes over the next 6, 8 months.
We've got, is there, the total understanding that it takes us into March of 2024, and that's what makes us.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right. But we've got, at least 150 someone responses to a survey. Hopefully we'll get some responses from the physical surveys. We're gonna try to get back tonight. We're gonna start to have some kid dinners and barbecues and all that sort of cool stuff. So maybe we'll get feedback from the other members of the community who are, on Google or Facebook or whatever, doing these surveys. So then,
I'll tell you one thing I know. If you light a grill and you offer free cheeseburgers, you can get an entire population to show up. We like to grill at work. We say every landscape for 4 shows up.
Yeah, I think, if we target the next one like this in May, when the weather's nicer.
Probably talk a couple of things you and
That'd be good, because I think you guys brought like all the grills.
No, we own them.
Oh, yeah, you brought the
Yeah.
foods.
You know where they are? They're in the shed.
everything.
But, I think we start planning for it now, start advertising it. Then maybe after that, we start trying to still, that's the question, I guess, for you is, at what point, at what cost, if distilling down, got our most basic version of the plans that we create. Or you set those, we start applying square footage.
Yeah, so there's work that needs to continue. Next question is do we want to continue that level? I think for a lot of the community, they didn't realize the building community the building committee was putting so much together, kind of seeds. And see how the sausage is being made, right? Nobody wants to know. So where, you know, the breakdown in the existing, so a lot of that work that's already been done, now we're kind of back up to this high level thing. Should we bring this back to, should this just be something the board saying? So these conversations. So So, I mean, let's just make sausage here is what I guess my mindset is, right? So it's. There's only so much time for sausage.
So now I have burger with sauce.
But we can also, we can try to stick to this kind of work session format and business meeting format. Try to hold as best as possible. Say that first meeting.
Running a school system.
Minutia. I said it's minutia. I didn't call it running it minutia. I said it's minutia. Here we go. Please, one. But, I mean, is that something, is that an approach that the board wants to kind of move forward with? As we try to work session, and do this moving forward at the board level in work sessions, and then let second meeting, I guess that's a fitting one.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but the building committee was meeting before your board meeting. So if you wanted to start earlier, if you needed more time, that seemed to be when people could get here. I don't know how early board members can get here, but if you were running short on time, it's an option to, come earlier and dedicate the first part of
It
it.
is self.
6, okay, it's just about, that's when the building committee was
Yeah.
meeting, before these meetings.
And when I was coming to the building committee meetings, my chair was still spinning as I was. And if it's work session related and what's the,
I think we get. If it becomes too cumbersome and we're not able to tackle the other tasks, we look at maybe. Posting them on different days of the week, posting a notice if everyone can't make it, but I think we keep it at the board level because at this point, I wouldn't be comfortable chairing that committee. Last year was a very clear directive, go here, have a warrant ready by March 8th, and we did that. This is way too nuanced, and way too sensitive that I wouldn't be comfortable chairing a committee of volunteers that aren't board members making any decision.
so let's just, CGG said.
I think for right now, until we get to like maybe a part where we have very more specific tasks to be done. And then we may need subcommittees to get specific tasks done. But while we're in this
Sausage.
high level decision making mode, AKA
The sausage.
sausage making. I think that that's probably the way to go.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna roll forward with that. Let's try to keep this work session. detailed. Discuss it next week. Not next work session will look like. Try to maybe have this. See.
I'm just gonna put two things out there while we're still in public. One is, I think, and maybe we can get the logistics of it, that will work, but just kind of a consensus that we should probably thank the building committee, because we weren't, there are other people on it besides us. And they put a lot of time and effort in, so I think we gotta jump on that. The other thing I was thinking was that committee didn't have a chance to debrief, and it might be worthwhile hearing from them, some final meeting to,
Wrap up.
kind of, what are your thoughts, with that committee? And then the third thing I was going to promote is that us as a board perhaps do a retreat, which would allow us to maybe just flesh out our post-traumatic pandemic syndrome, as well as, you know, just look at our own processes and, you know, just to take a look at that. So, you know, maybe we take a half day somewhere and do it. You know, still will be posted publicly, Friday, right?
Yes.
Do a retreat. I mean, I'm not saying we have to, but I'm laying it out there for. They would be interested.
So like we did a couple of times with the goal setting, just to, but add the debrief part and kind of get back on track with what your goals are and what the work is moving.
Yes, like we used to meet on the porch at Kevin's house.
Yep.
and Lay out goals for the year.
Well, I think we should try to come up with a date. Right, and then the only other thing while we're in public is meeting. Yes, the meetings here next Tuesday at 6. Next board meeting will be the following Wednesday.
So you guys been planning to do a dinner meeting, then kind of let those go, just sort of refreshments or something, and make it easier.
That'll work. So. All right, so with that, thank you for coming and spending an, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you brought up the time that the expansion subcommittee spent on the project. I just wanted to acknowledge the yes for DCS folks, all the time and effort they put into getting us to where we are.
You're wonderful. Okay. All right.
Oh, and then the last thing,
You are not letting me throw anybody else.
no, I'm sorry. Well, do we want, I didn't know if we wanted to pick a date to announce that we would keep the survey, like to close the survey.
So at this point, we can let it, there's no reason to stop it much before the first meeting. Right, that's gonna be successful, so we can let it go all the way to. Push that out for us to review and discuss. Guess we have to figure that out at the next meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Because that's the business.
It's already established, I think it's first meeting of the month, table. Like a meeting.
It used to be the opposite.
I know.
Kathy was all confused.
I love it. Maybe we should call it campfire. There we go. All right, so thank you for spending your night with us. We're gonna go into non-public. So per NHRSA 9183, twos, third. Okay, I'm gonna look for a motion. Roll call, DJ.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sir. All right, it is, what time is it? It is 9:58 and we are going into non-public. Nice. Pretty.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You know, disabled, because
You guys, I think it's out, I think it's up.